Good morning. Welcome to the Thurston County Board of County Commissioners Agenda Setting Work Session for Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. It is 9:22 a.m. My name is Ty Menser, Vice Chair of the Board. Commissioner Gary Edwards to my left. We have County Manager Mira Chavez and our two Assistant County Managers here as well. Commissioner Mejia will be here just in a few moments. For public virtual attendance, you may follow along on the Thurston County YouTube channel. We're scheduled till 12:15. We'll have a break about halfway through this session. We're starting off with item 1, homeless strategies. And I see Tom Webster just clicked his camera on. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, Keely Marino is out today, so I will be filling in for her. So a couple updates for you today. First, wanted to let the public know we did issue a request for proposals on Friday. This is for about $5.5 million in funding for affordable housing and behavioral health facilities projects. This is funding under the local home fund, as well as 1406 and the home ARP dollars. So that is out on the streets. It is open. It's up on our website. Proposals are due July 19th. So we're excited to see what we'll be able to fund with that new money coming into our community. Also wanted to provide an update on the right-of-way. We talked a little bit last week around the opening of Maple Court. It was initially announced that it was going to be June 19th, and then there was an announcement that that was going to be pushed back. We've met this morning with the Department of Commerce and received an update. So right now, it looks like the City of Lacey is scheduled to do an inspection of the property at the end of the month. And so assuming that goes well, that the sprinkler system is fully operational and fixed, that they'll be able to start moving people in to Maple Court from the Slater-Kenny encampment shortly thereafter. So we're looking at a very end of June, early July time frame to start moving folks into Maple Court, assuming there's no issues with the inspection. So don't have a specific date, but that's the time frame that folks are looking for. That will take a process to move people, to clear everyone off of Slater-Kenny, but that process should start here fairly soon. City of Olympia is also working on the Franz Anderson property, a tiny home village of 50 units. That is also getting close to being operational. They're looking at roughly a late July, early August timeframe when that site will be operational, and they'll be able to start moving people in there. So the priority right now is first to move folks from the Slater-Kenny site. There's also a few people in the city center, and then Wheeler will be next. Also note that Department of Transportation is going to be out at Slater-Kenny this week doing some hardening of the site, some repairing of fencing. They're going to be putting down some 3-4 person boulders to prevent the growth of the site, and also some cleanup of debris. So DOT will be out this week. So that is my right-of-way updates. And then also this week, the Regional Housing Council is meeting on Wednesday. This was a for lack of a better term, emergency meeting or unscheduled meeting that got added to the calendar last week in order to make funding decisions. And so you'll see some AISs coming to you next week with funding recommendations. We did receive our updated funding announcements or awards from the Department of Commerce last Thursday. And overall, that was good news. We received over $3 million in additional funding from the Department of Commerce to help backfill expiring programs and reduction in document recording fees. So the Homeless Services Advisory Board met yesterday to make recommendations for funding awards. Those will be brought to the Regional Housing Council on Wednesday, and then we will bring those to the full board for your approval next week on the 20th. So there's been a lot of work these last couple of weeks working on finalizing the funding amounts for homeless services. And that is the update I have for you this week, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Covered everything on my list. Tom, thanks.
Great, thank you.
We'll go in more detail when you review the agenda for next week related to additional funding and the steps that we need to go through to allocate those funds.
Okay, good. Item 2 is to review the BoCC draft agenda for this afternoon's meeting, which will be called to order at 2 p.m. And we will have Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Edwards, approval of agenda, opportunity for the public to address the board. and I know we may have a sizable turnout for that.
Right.
And then county manager's update, anything?
Yeah, I'd like to, if you give me the floor, maybe depending on the testimony you receive from members of the union, I can provide a briefly update as to where we are. As I mentioned to the board last week, the main contract is going through mediation, and that process will continue. The intent of the mediation is to find a balance between their proposals and the county proposals. As I said last week, the board has not seen a proposed contract yet. Because I believe the obligation from the staff is to bring you proposals that is financially sustainable, and also brings a balance to the benefits of employees as well. So we continue through that process, and again, depending on the public testimony, if you'd like to give me the floor to respond to that, I will do so. That is the case.
Just for clarification, so prior to the public addressing the board, you're gonna give a little information? And then after a little information?
I was suggesting after.
Just
because-
strictly
yeah,
after?
After, because I don't want to come across, I don't want to,
Okay,
stifle their public testimony in any certain way. But if you feel okay for me to follow up at that time, I will do so. But I recommend to be after, not before.
okay.
Okay,
And I do have another item
Yep.
that I will highlight. In coordination with the Department of Natural Resources and the Fire Marshal. In Natural Resources have listed Thurston County as the moderate for fire danger. So we're going to implement a fire burn for outdoor burning beginning tomorrow, and it will take us all the way to September. What this burn does, the fire safety burn ban applies to residential yard waste. Burning on all land cleaning burns. The restrictions of outdoor burning during the summer have resulted in a significant drop in brush fires and property damage, and we'll continue to exercise this. This burn ban is coming to us a little bit earlier than normal. We usually implement this in mid-July. Here we are, almost mid-June. And it's just because the dry conditions that we have been experiencing is putting us in that position. We received some rain over the weekend, but it's not significant enough to make a difference in the long-term state of the fire danger conditions. So I will announce that this afternoon, and as a result of that announcement, we'll be sending a news release, hopefully after this afternoon, and so we can implement the ban. Any questions on that?
Yes.
go ahead, Commissioner Edwards.
Other jurisdictions are imposing a burn ban, I believe.
Yeah, I believe
as
Pierce
well.
County did, King County has done it. I am not sure if Mesa and Lewis has, but this is also in coordination with ORCA, yeah.
And do you have any idea what the forecast over the next 10 days is? I mean, I just kind of hate to put a burn ban in during the middle of a rainstorm.
No,
I'd
I
rather-
think it's gonna be clear conditions also this afternoon. I will give an update on my weather forecast predictions related to the fireworks ban. So I will address those three items this afternoon. And I will give you somewhat of an outlook of the weather forecast.
Thank you.
I can't imagine it looks too good for fireworks if we're putting a burn ban in for the whole summer.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, pass to Madam Chair, we're at to the consent agenda for today.
So we'll move on to 3A, which is the 3A and 3B. They're both approval of the voucher list, one for the week of May 8th and the other for the week of May 15th.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. There's two items. 3A is for you to consider approving the voucher list of the week of May 8th, 2023 for a combined amount of $20,738.28. Last week, Commissioner Edwards had some questions related to this particular voucher list related to, paying of the lease payments, the interest and the principal. I believe I responded to Commissioner Edwards on my one-on-one. And this is items again for your consideration. Any additional questions, Commissioner?
And nothing on these two.
Yeah,
Usually-
and thank you. There is nothing, no expenditures related to the actual tenant improvements of the building. It's just the paying the lease. That, the same is for the next item, which is the voucher list for the week of May 15, 2023. And this item has a combined amount of $2,471,402.89.
Thank you.
Questions? Mr. Mansur? Moving on to item 3C, this is the Black Lake Regatta application from the Sheriff's Office.
You reviewed this item last week, Commissioners, and this is a yearly event in which the Sheriff's Office received a regatta application, and that's from the Pacific Northwest Boat Racing Association for an event that's going to be held in Black Lake from July 8th and 9th, 2023. This application met the requirements of the Sheriff's Office, and the Sheriff's Office recommended you approving this application for this event.
Questions? Oh, Lieutenant Brady, sorry, go ahead, sir.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. I don't really have much to add to that. This is another longstanding event that we host every summer on Black Lake from the same organization that we just had as well on Lawrence Lake. And they close the south end of Black Lake, which leaves the north end open for recreational boaters.
No questions. Thank
No
you.
questions? Commissioner Munster, no questions? No questions for me, thank you. And then our last item is to establish Fund 1540 Opioid Settlement Fund from Public Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You also reviewed this item last week. The intent of this action is to create a fund where we can start depositing the opioid settlements that are coming our way. There's important to have this fund so we can keep track of the expenditures and the activities associated with those expenditures of the fund. And again, this is administrative, this step, just to make sure that we keep track of the settlement amounts that we are receiving. And I have another item next week, which complements the process as well.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Munster?
No.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards? Department items. Okay. Item 4A from Central Services, award to sign build contract for Thurston County infrastructure upgrades. Do we want to wait for this item until we review our
Yeah.
informational items? Sorry, Tom, you were ready to go. Since we have that under Commissioner's item.
I have an item for you this later today that in project managers, Tom has outlined a executive summary that is provided to you. He will go in more detail as the board requested last week. And that this item will be up for your consideration, whether you like to keep it or not, depending on the conversation you had later today. By the way, for the members of the public, this is the next step on related to the courthouse renovations project. And this particular item includes the award to the contractor for $1,642,500 to begin the process of the progressive design build process.
Okay. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Munster? Okay, so we'll come back to. Okay, and then item 5A, community planning and economic development, authorization to issue a request for proposals for habitat conservation plan.
You heard from the staff last week that this proposal is for authorize the Department of Community Planning and Economic Development to go through a request for proposals to secure the services of a firm that is experienced in public sector outreach and training. And this is really specifically to inform not just internal but external as to the process related to the HCP and the applications associated within the context of the Habitat Conservation Plan. The staff in the department is doing a fantastic job, I believe. I mentioned to you they are participating in a meeting where a citizen was part of this process. It creates I was very impressed as to how that came to be. And this particular item is to provide somewhat of a consistent way we communicate this new process to the public, and also a consistent way to communicate to staff. So I think it's twofold. You asked the question where the money could come from this, and you heard from the staff that it's coming from the grant they will have from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and we have a ceiling of $100,000, I believe, on that grant. Andrew?
Yep, that's correct. It's $100,000. Yeah, that's a great summary.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
My only question is, in the meantime, are we just trying to do better all along? Is that the goal?
Yeah, and in fact, I just got a number yesterday from Josh, I can't remember the number of actual applications that we have already processed since the beginning of the year related to the HCP. So the process is moving forward very, very, very well. But I think it's an opportunity for us to be consistently as how we communicate the new process.
At some point, because we have had problems, I'd like to know that number, how many we've successfully.
Yeah, so Andrew, you can follow up with Josh related to provide numbers as to how many applications we have approved related to the HCP. Thank you.
Aren't we getting an HCP, sorry, Commissioner
No,
Mensah,
yeah, I'm good.
question.
Go ahead.
Aren't we getting an HCP update soon? I thought we were.
I can recall, you know, I'm getting a little old, but certainly I will work on an update for you.
I thought we had, was that kind of like
Periodic.
periodic
I don't remember the
updates?
period, but.
I don't remember how long in between.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Just, I think we were just requesting just to kind of see how it was going and.
First year anyway.
Theoretically, we've been into it 6 months or something.
In theory, yeah, you're right.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Okay, Public Works, item 6A is contract award for Black Lake Belmore Road Bridge Approach Repair.
Back in May 25th, 2023, the Department of Public Works received 4 bids to do the construction work on the Black Lake Belmore Bridge approaches. Work is not related to replacing the bridge, it's just to replace and have what I consider to be a permanent fix to the settlement that we have seen over the years on the approaches leading to this bridge. The result of the bid process, the lowest responsible bidder was Active Construction of Puyallup. And the recommendations for you to, their low bid was $2,265,665. The department is requesting an additional 10% to cover any unexpected changes during construction. And the total contract amount is $2,932,231. This particular project will be funded by the Real Estate Excise Tax 2 and the County Road Fund. And Brian is here to answer any questions.
Brian, anything you'd like to add?
I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards, questions?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Mensah, questions? Okay, no questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 6B, right-of-way dedication resolution, Johnson Point, Hotch Prairie Roundabout Project, CP number 61364.
You also reviewed this item last week, Commissioners, and this is related to the intersection improvements at Johnson Point and Hotch Prairie Road. The proposed project is to build a single-lane roundabout and pedestrian facilities. The result of this process is the encroaches into into the protected area that is located in this intersection, that is the Woodland Creek Wetland Preserve. The Woodland Creek Wetland Preserve is owned by the county. And this particular item is to convert 444 feet of this preserve into an actual road right away in order for us to build the improvements. The 444 square feet is already encumbered by shoulder and hard improvements. So the 444 square feet does not affect the wetlands included in this area. So it's just a transfer from one to another, from the parks protected area to the road right away. Craig is here to answer any questions.
Okay,
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
yeah, questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions. thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Munson? Okay. Moving on to item 6C, set a public hearing to consider updates to the Thurston County Water and Sewer Utility Code.
Item 6C and 6D are related. One is for you to consider 6C, for you to consider setting a public hearing for July 18, 2023 at 3:30 in the afternoon to receive public testimony in the proposed code changes. That will be 1509, 1510, and 1512. And this is related to consolidation of all the water and sewer utilities here in the county. And the next item 6D, similar to that, is also to set a public hearing for July 18, 2023 for 3:30 in the afternoon. In this case is to repeal the resolution number 09993 and establishing a consolidated rate and fund structure and establishing a consolidated utility advisory committee. So two steps related to the same issue of consolidating the utilities here in the county. Tim?
Thank you and good morning. I would just add to that for both of these requested public hearings, they are following a very robust public outreach and involvement campaign, if you will, that include multiple mailings to the ratepayers, engagement with the utility advisory committees, open houses that will be scheduled for later on this month. So it's kind of the culmination of all of that. And Commissioner Edwards, perhaps to get ahead of your question, the material at the open houses and in some of the docs will contain specific history for each of the communities, why the county is in the business of operating these utilities, as well as the positive experience we've had in partnering with those communities.
And that will be part of, the publishing and the information that will be available to the public leading to the public hearing, right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Munson? No questions for me. Tim, when are those, can't think of words. When are you having those, forums, for the public?
The last week of June on subsequent nights. So that would be June 26, 27, and 28. And I apologize, I don't have in front of me what community, which night right now. So I will get that information for you and pass that over to you.
Yes, please. I think that would be great for commissioners to get out through their own respective pages, just so we have.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Edwards.
And could we make sure we get that information to our news folks to maybe get that out to the public through that venue as well, please?
Certainly.
Yeah. Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then, item 6E is the interlocal agreement with Thurston County Public Utility District Number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is related to the large project along Country Club Road to replace the existing culvert on Green Cove Creek. And we'll be replacing this culvert with one span bridge. There is a 6-inch line that crosses this portion of the road. That is owned and operated by the Thurston County Public Utility District. Under the franchise agreement that we have, any utility who is housed in the county's right of way, if the county needs to do some road improvements, they have to relocate those facilities of utilities at their own cost. This particular agreement, what it does is going to be a more cost-effective and streamlining the project delivery and the construction for us, the county, to do the relocation of the 6-inch water line. And as a result, the Thurston County Public Utility District will reimburse us for that cost during construction. I think it's a beneficial partnership at this point. And during the process, we will make sure that it's not going to be a disruption of water services to those citizens who rely on this water line. And so during construction, maybe somewhat of a detour, temporary water line until we can build permanent as part of the bridge. And I think, who's here?
Both Teresa
And Teresa,
Marcus.
yeah, Marcus, if you have any questions.
Teresa, Marcus, anything to add?
No, my apologies. My camera doesn't seem to be working, but County Manager did a very good job of explaining this. So we're here to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
Do we know the length of that bridge yet?
Yes, and Marcus will answer that, right?
Correct. Right now, that new bridge length, the span is 150 feet.
Big one.
Mm-hmm.
150 feet, and what's the, down to the creek level is what, 60 feet?
Right. So if you're at the creek elevation, the creek bed, that's a 50 feet opening. And then since the bridge is about 50 feet also up in the air, once you get up the slide slopes, it becomes 150 feet at the top.
Okay.
Which is going to open a huge fish habitat after this project is completed. And that is really the main purpose of.
Yes, and just for perspective, excuse me for interrupting, the Squaxin Island Tribe is very interested in this and very supportive of this reach, as is the Wyra 13. So there's a lot of benefit gained and a lot of interest in it.
Questions, Commissioner Menzer?
Some of our grant applications included, at the suggestion of Ride 13 and the Squaxin Island Tribe, the upstream culverts. There's a couple more. I'm just wondering, did any of those grants land? Do we have any resources toward those two other associated projects?
I can take that one, Teresa, if you want. In response to that, I know Commissioner Messner, we applied for 2 NOAA grants, which included those upstream barriers. To date, we have not received either one of those grants. We did not place for those ones.
And we also made application to an FHWA grant. We haven't heard back from that one yet. We also put in for a request for a direct appropriation through Patty Murray's office and haven't heard back, but chances were quite slim on that anyway. So to date, we've not been successful, but we have put in applications everywhere we can see that this fits the criteria.
So we need a grant writer and a federal lobbyist.
You know, I do have one comment.
Perfect opportunity.
Commissioner Edwards, go ahead.
As you're asking, I hope you're asking for enough, so maybe they can give us half of what we asked for, and maybe that would come close to doing the job, because government never does get it right. It doesn't seem like on prioritizing, so.
Well, you have a good point. Many of these funding sources, it's a judgment call on what to ask for, how much, and what they are willing to give. So all of our requests have been for between 1/3 and 1/2 of the cost of this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No questions for me on this. Thank you. Then after that, we'll go to our standing items. We have a public hearing at 3:30. So if we're not through our regular agenda, we will be pausing our regular agenda and jumping on to our public hearing at 3:30. And that is the Community Planning and Economic Development public hearing on the Clemens Open Space Tax Program application.
And Commissioners, for your consideration, you have two actions today. One is to close the public hearing, and depending on the testimony that you may receive, is for you to consider approving this application for the open space, the Clemens application for open space.
Marissa, anything you would like to add?
I have nothing to add unless the commissioners have any questions.
Have we received any testimony so far, written or any other ones?
We have received no public comments so far.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, and then at 4:30, we have Board of Health agenda, so that will go to that item next, which is the review of the Board of Health draft agenda for our meeting June 13th, and I will pass it to the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've got a Board of Health calling to order at 4:30, hopefully on time. And we will have approval of the agenda, opportunity for the public to address the Board of Health, and a proclamation regarding Food Safety Week, which will be June 4th to June 10th. That's been circulated. Do we have anything, Clerk of the Board of Health? Is there going to be a staff member who's going to? Okay, any questions from the board members? First department item is an update on permitting options for temporary food establishments. And this is, as I understand it, to be sort of staff's modifications following the stakeholder meeting that we hosted here in the boardroom. Here's Sammy. Right on cue. I was just hitting the item regarding the pop-up. Rick, you want to come up? In case there's any questions. I was just saying that my understanding of this item is that you guys will be outlining some modifications made following our stakeholder meeting.
Yeah, no, we received some good comments from the vendors and the tap room owners and took that into consideration. Some of their main concerns were around some equipment requirements that we had proposed, and we've eliminated those. And so the remaining items seem to meet with their approval, so we'll be proposing that and pushing packet out to them later this week. But I'll talk more details today's meeting.
Perfect. I just ran into somebody from that meeting yesterday who asked me, and I was able to tell them accurately, it sounds like, that something would be coming.
Yeah, and I sent to the attendees of that meeting yesterday an email giving them that update and letting them know about this meeting as well this afternoon if they had any comments.
Questions from board?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sammy. And then anything on, since we hit for food safety proclamation, you give some background on that, or?
Yeah, no, I'll be happy to do just a couple points and cover that. Yes.
Okay, very good. Item 5, Thurston County Medical Reserve Corps Annual Report. David Baines here, our Director of Public Health and Social Services. Can you hear me, David?
Yes, I am. Yep, can you hear me?
Sure can. What do we need to know about the Medical Reserve Corps report?
And apologies for the lack of camera. I'm at the annual Wasalfo meeting, so I'm in a hallway somewhere trying to make sure I can connect with you guys. This will be pretty routine. The MRC comes before you guys, or before the Board of Health annually, to give an update on the activities of the year before and a look ahead to the year coming up. So nothing sort of new on that front. That'll be a pretty straightforward item.
Okay, and our packets this morning have slides and stuff, so if commissioners can hang on to those. Item 6, are any questions for David about the Medical Reserve Corps report? No questions. Okay. Item 6 is Washington chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics update.
Yeah, I mentioned this last week as well. This is a new thing for us, which I'm excited about. One of our Board of Health members, Dr. Harvey, is really interested in presenting just some ideas to improve our immunization rates. among our sort of children and adolescents in Thurston County, and wanted to present. There's some data and also some ideas of what we can be doing going forward. This is not an actionable item for today, but it'll be kind of, I think, a preview of a partnership that I think the department and the county can engage in to do good work on this front.
Questions?
No questions.
No. Okay, very good. We'll have health officers report, and then we'll have our director wrap things up, and we'll adjourn. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, next is our review of our Board of County Commissioners draft agenda for our meeting of June 20th, 2023. Now, I believe this is our last meeting before we go on summer recess, so it is a loaded agenda just because of that. So the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Edwards, approval of the Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 agenda. There will be an opportunity for the public to address the board and county manager's update.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I will follow up with any specific updates as you stated. This long agenda, and this is leading to the summit recess for the board. The board approved early in the year that goes from June 26th through July 14th. So the next Board of County Commissioners meeting will be on July 18th. That's a Tuesday. I'm working with Megan to send a news release, hopefully by the end of this week, announcing the summer recess of the Board of County Commissioners. And that's why you see this hefty and thick agenda for your consideration next week. There are a couple items in here that are still working on the details. So, but certainly those items will be clarified and put in more detail in preparation for next week's meeting.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'm doing the pledge this morning.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Flip it
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good catch. I didn't. Okay. It'll be Vice Chair Menser doing the pledge. Okay. Okay, moving on to consent items. Items 3A and 3B is approval of the voucher list for the week of May 22nd and May 29th.
Yeah, for your consideration, Commissioners, is to approve the voucher list for the week of May 22nd, 2023, which has a combined amount of $1,517,520.29. And the next item, item 3B, is for the week of May 29, 2023, for a combined amount of $1,836,066.98. There's reason those two items are in your consent agenda. There is no expenditures related to the tenant improvements here in this building.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Menser? I have a question in regards to why is it only till May 29th? Once we come back, I'm concerned that we're gonna be so far behind, and so I'm wondering if,
So if we get the reports this week, we can add them
okay,
as they come along. I know you receive those reports
yeah,
every Friday. If we find another report that is submitted by financial services, we could certainly add it to this.
I don't know why they're so far behind. I
Okay.
can find out.
yeah, that would be good, just because, you know, by the time we get to July 18th,
Oh, yeah,
We'll
it'll be
have-
way out.
we'll be way out and just,
It should be approved promptly, so I don't know why they're not.
so, I mean, maybe just letting them know that, you know, there will be a 3-week, and so any other voucher lists that need to be approved should probably get onto this agenda would be.
Are you following up on that, Robin?
I have one voucher list that I did receive for the week of 6/5 to 6/9 that I can also add to the 20th agenda. Next week I'll probably have another one, but they don't usually get sent until Friday. So if I get that one in time, I can get it added as well. So you may have up to 4 there to take a look at for the break.
Okay, that's
Good
good, yeah. I just want to make sure that we're able to do what we need to do. Okay, item 3C from Public Health and Social Services, the AM Test Inc. contract for lab analysis of surface and groundwater samples.
This item has been in coordination with the Community Planning and Economic Development Department. And for your considerations to approve a contract with AM Test Incorporated for the amount of $40,140. The process that we went through to select this particular contractor, we received three quotes from vendors, and this is the vendor they was selected to move forward into for your consideration. Stuart is here to give you additional perspective as to what this consultant is going to do in terms of the water testing.
Oh, yes, thank you. So AmTest is currently our laboratory partner for the past year. They also were awarded a contract in previous years. They've been doing excellent work. Their pricing is very, very affordable for us, and they're making our program stronger. So they're running samples that we collect as part of the county's ambient monitoring program and also as part of our PIC activities that you guys have supported.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Mensah? Okay. No questions for me. Moving on to item,
Just a side comment. Stuart, you mentioned, so when we significantly increased funding for PIC activities, it'd be kind of cool to get a board, maybe a board of health, I don't know, some kind of update on, are you finding, that was like to go out and try to find problems and correct them and.
Oh, yes, for sure. No, that's been on the back of my in my mind to get something set up with you guys to give an idea of what all the things that we're doing right now in terms of our shoreline survey program, in terms of starting up the Black Lake PIC project, which is a heavy lift. There's a lot of exciting things to talk about, so we can definitely do that.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure.
Stuart, at the briefing, about a week ago, I guess, we requested a location where we did the testing. Some of those, we were gonna put something on a map that just, here's where we tested water quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the Tri-Lakes briefing.
For the Tri-Lakes, yeah. Yeah, so that's something that we will provide, for sure.
Okay.
are we good? Okay. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 3D, Central Services, Information Technology, a resolution reclassifying position of Business Applications Technician 2 to an IT Consultant 2 from Thurston County Pay and Classification Pay Plan to the Thurston County Management and Technical Pay Plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, as you described, this proposed reclassification from the Business Application Technician 2 to the IT Consultant 2. The newly minted IT Director has gone through the process to determine all the vacant positions and assessing what the business needs are. And this particular request is the result of that analysis to bring this position to a higher level so we can provide a much better support and operations to really the stormwater aspect of this. As you know, as you may track, in the IT department has a model. They have a staff, all the IT staff reports to the director, but we have embedded positions in departments and offices that provide specific services to those areas. And this is the case for this particular request. They really addresses the stormwater needs in the Public Works Department. So this particular item that has a budget impact, it goes from $6,482 to $8,812. That will be an increase of $2,330, which is about 35.94%. At this point, the department is not requesting an additional budget authority since this is going to be eventually covered this year, but it will be put into the IT internal rates as we move on. Sherry?
So this position was originally in Public Works, and Public Works, if this position was created to create this stormwater database. That is done. That work has been done. And now the position, we want to move it into IT to manage the audio, video setups in the courtrooms, in the conference rooms, everywhere. Then we have so many of them now. There's quite a few, and it takes our desktop supervisor hours of time to manage the installation, the maintenance, the upkeep, et cetera. So the primary focus of this position would be to manage and take care of maintenance on the audio video equipment in all over the county.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
What were those dollar amounts?
The high top range of the positions, the applications technician 2 is the top range is $6,482 a month. The top range of the IT consultant 2 is $8,812 per month. That will be an increase of $2,330 per month, or 35.94%.
Does that fit within our new market stuff that we got in?
Well, I
I
think
mean, it seems like a pretty substantial amount.
the difference between the two classifications, yes. So the IT consultant consultant 2, that classification has not changed. And I don't know if that will change on the upcoming class and comp. That's yet to be determined.
Does that convert to an at-will position?
No, this is a MTP position. Yeah, it's not an at-will.
Commissioner Mensah, questions?
Are we talking about the same individual? It's gonna, no.
This position has been vacant for over a
It's
year.
vacant.
Okay. And remind me the significance of pay and classification to management and technical pay.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
What the significance of the conversion from Thurston County pay and classification pay plan to Thurston County management and technical pay plan?
So the BAT2 position was covered by union, it was union represented. And when we worked with HR to figure out the classification of the position we were proposing, they came back with an ITC2, which is MTP and not covered by collective bargaining. And we worked with the union also, sent them the information.
That is the acronym for management and technical pay plan, MTP.
When you say that it hasn't been filled for about a year, and that last person was working on stormwater apparently though, is this a more technical position that takes more expertise or?
Yes, yes. Developing the database for the software or for the stormwater was a pretty straightforward technology to set it up in SQL. And once he was done with that, we actually moved him into a position in IT. And he is using those skills in a more advanced way now. But back when they created this position, which was way before my time, apparently that was the classification they chose.
Is this gonna cause us to be in a position where we have to bump everybody with a similar category?
No, this is a one-time.
Yeah, it's one time for this, but others in somewhat similar job categories are gonna point to this and say, well, why not me, or me too, or?
No, that's a good question.
I'm just trying to think of the pressure it's gonna put on.
That's a good question. So maybe let me answer this a little bit. So it's two different tracks. The track, the class and comp is what perhaps you're referring to.
Mhm.
This is just a purely business need analysis of a vacant position to meet the demands of the department. So there is not an individual holding this position. It's a vacant position. And the request is to reclassify it to make sure that the new person has the necessary skills to meet the demands of the business needs. So it's a little bit different.
It doesn't automatically mean that person is gonna start at 8 anyway.
Yep, and you're right, I think.
Maybe what would that,
You have been
it's
consistent
gonna
in that.
take a while
It's
to
gonna
build
take a
up
while.
to that.
Yeah, and, but again, here I give you the worst case scenario over the top scale as of the
It's
two
scarish when
positions.
you say that.
Right, and, no, I think you're consistent on that, and right, depending on the qualifications and experience that the new individual may come. You know, depending, that's the placement of the salary. Unlikely they will be the top scale, but yeah, I don't want to, you know, overestimate that.
So you were mentioning that they would work on court audiovisual systems primarily?
No, all audio visual systems. And we should be able to replace the maintenance we're paying for the JAB system with this position. That's the goal. We're paying $80,000 a year for maintenance on JABs. And this position should be able to cover a lot of that maintenance work. And the plan is to convert our JABs contract to a pay by hour instead of an annual maintenance of $80,000.
I'm asking that question because I know that we had one of the budget cycles, last one or the one before, we had district court, I want to say, really was advocating for IT help. And we wrangled back and forth. Do they get their own? Do we put them in IT, but give them designate, like sort of designate that that's their primary thing? And I think that's what we ended up doing.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, is that person's doing something different than what this person's going to do?
No, this person will work with that position, but the thing is there are 3 or 4 buildings with courtrooms and 2 current people supporting those courtrooms. So on Monday morning, when they walk in the building, the first thing they do is go check to make sure they're all working, but they end up going to all the different buildings to make sure that happens. And if something's wrong, then they have to stop and take care of that particular issue before they can move on to the next courtroom. So this person will work in conjunction with them and support them in the work that they're doing. And in addition, will do the maintenance of these systems. The IT, what are they? BAT, business application analysts that are currently in district and superior court, they do a lot more than just manage the audio video equipment. They do everything else for those courts as well. So this is just another person to help with that, plus all the ones in this building and public works and public health. And
Can I ask a follow-up? I've heard specifically from Superior Court on the classification of their position. I believe they're going to be making a budget request on this year because the position isn't really meeting their needs. And so I'm wondering, right, how this position would help ease some of they have several concerns that have arisen. So I'm just wondering how this will kind of help ease some of their concerns.
I don't know what their specific concerns are regarding the classification of their IT support, but the people in the desktop team provide as much help as they can to back up, I'm not even gonna say backfill, back up all of the embedded staff, not just Superior Court. So I'm not sure what those specific issues are, but the answer is yes, they will be able to help.
We will certainly reach out to the court and find out what their issues are. It would be helpful if they talk to us.
Yeah, well, can you follow up with Superior Court
I
just
will,
to make sure
I absolutely
we
will.
get that information?
I typically have a meeting with them once a quarter, so I haven't.
Maybe a phone call before the quarterly meeting will begin.
Maybe, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we could do some consolidation there, you know, to try and fill that need, okay? Okay,
Maybe, if I may, if you can reach out this week, when we present this item next week, maybe you can have some additional
Absolutely,
information.
you bet.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 3E, treasurer, resolution reclassifying position from a business applications analyst to a business applications administrator in the Thurston County Pay and Classification Pay Plan.
Yeah, similar to last item, commissioners, the treasurer's office has gone through the process of assessing what the business needs are in the office and have determined the best classification will be to move the business application analyst to a business application administrator. The budget impact in this particular proposal, it goes from $7,879 to $8,158 per month. That will be an increase of $279 per month, with just about 3.5% increase. It's not as significant the previous item, but and the treasurer's office is not requesting an additional budget authority. They will be able to cover that this year if the board approves this reclassification. And I have Steve Larson from the treasurer's office here if you have any questions.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Edwards?
no, I don't have any questions on this, thank you.
You want questions, Commissioner Menzer? No questions for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to department items. First, from the Commissioner's Office, item 4A, interlocal agreement for reimbursement of voluntary commitment court services.
So as a matter of a little bit of history, this related to the ITA. And the way we used to have separate agreements between the BHASO, and Superior Court, the clerk's office, the prosecutor's office, public defense, in which the activities and the expenditures related to address the ITA, the involuntary treatment individuals, it was to be reimbursed on an hourly basis, on a case-by-case basis. I mean, an hourly basis to each of those offices and departments. There was a new RCW, a new law that passed, RCW 7105.730 that requires that no longer that distribution will be done at that level. The reimbursement of it will be done by in a case basis on the overall cost of a case, of an ITA case. So we have gone through the process. We've received this information, the changes to how the reimbursement will occur early in the year. And Robin has worked diligently with the state to make sure we have the right instruments to accommodate the new requirement. We have gotten to this point, and now this particular agreement is a new agreement with the BHASO. It really is just to reimburse the county on an overall case expenditure, not necessarily on an hourly basis. Robin?
So you see a dollar amount yet to be filled in for this contract. I should have that amount within the next day or so from the BHASO. And again, as Romero said, to work closely with all the stakeholders across the county to come to the appropriate rate. And then we'll be adjusting the rate every year because it's going to be on a 3-year rolling average in accordance with the new laws.
So I'm sure Commissioner Menzer, Commissioner Edwards sits in the BHO board. This issue has been discussed, I assume.
Not for a while, but yeah, it was when we started the process. So everybody still does the same hourly billing and everything, so you can keep track of the costs.
Everybody still needs to keep track of their time spent. We do need to keep track of the total cost so that we can do that calculation every year.
That might be a benefit.
We thought so too, but no.
No, we still have to. I think some reporting requirements that we need to go through that process.
All the reporting requirements still in place.
questions?
Yeah, it just clears mud on the whole thing, but it's get quite an influx from our, basically around the state. These folks aren't all our local people falling on hard times, and you say there will be some reimbursement?
Yeah, the reimbursement model changed from having individual agreements with Superior Court, the prosecutor, the clerk's office, and public defense. Now it's a single agreement to the county. And we just have to get reimbursed on overall case expenditures.
I guess I'm concerned that won't be high enough, that we won't get quite adequate, because we seem like we're always struggling to.
Yeah, and that is one of the risks, absolutely. We will not be able to capture all the costs, but we're being put in the position to do something. The hope is when we go through and revise in this agreement 2-3 years down the road, we can probably have the opportunity to have a little more robust cost.
So we won't though.
So is the set rate for
we will,
perpetuity or?
The rate by law is required to be calculated on the average cost of the past 3 years. So it's always gonna be
in the rear,
whatever we paid in the last 3 years. That's how we come to the rate divided by the number of filings in the last 3 years. Then we'll get paid at that rate for whatever the current filings are, but it won't necessarily reflect current costs. And the state law specifically excludes indirect rates. So the BHASO has been paying all county costs up till now. And now the new rate is going to be less. We will not be able to cover our indirect costs.
Is there an inflation escalator built in somehow
No
on this?
inflation, no, rolling average for the last 3 years is the requirement.
And so there's no way to include that because the state law doesn't address it. Is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
The state law is extremely specific on how the rate will be calculated.
Okay.
Is it fair to say that in the next 3 years, the rates may increase based on the?
It'll increase if the county spends a whole lot of money this year, the rate will go up for next year, but every year we'll calculate that rolling average.
It'll be kind of like the Medicaid thing.
It is somewhat like Medicaid.
So what is your guesstimation of what percentage of the payment we're gonna lose based on the indirect being sliced out, being excised out of the calculation?
I would say
15%?
that anywhere from 15 to 20% that we'll lose.
Would that estimate that you're grabbing there somewhere, would that include inflationary costs? Probably not. I'm just thinking.
None of this takes inflation into account, other than the fact that costs go up every year and it's based on actual costs.
So in the old current way we're doing it, the BHASO has to cover this. And they pay what the county bills, and then whatever isn't covered, they take it out of their other funds. That's been the reason why we've gone to the legislature, because it's chewing out of other money that could go to the community for other behavioral health needs.
That's correct.
So with this change, is this money that this 15 to 20% we're not going to get, is that going to help the BHASO?
Well, sure, because they'll be paying out less overall.
It's not that they've cut the state, because if the state cut them out of this loop, then it would be benefiting the state. But it's still the same flow of money through the BHASO, and then they just don't have to pay quite as much to us because this rate's gonna be 15% less.
So I don't know the impact on the BHO. Because I don't know how the BHO is reimbursed by the, is it the Department of Health or the,
Health authority.
whichever.
Healthcare authority.
Health and Human,
Healthcare authority.
yeah. Healthcare Authority, whichever agency reimburses them. I don't know if they reimburse them based on what they actually spent or if there's some type of block grant. If it's a block grant, they'll have more money for other purposes. If it's a reimbursement, then the state will be benefiting from this change. I will say that in reading the state law, it's not a recent legislative change. We should
No.
have been doing this for a while.
Well, it's an interpretation of a,
It's pretty clear when you read the.
well, that's not what Mark
RCW,
says, but he read it, I didn't. So he says that it was a two interpretations of it. They didn't see it that way, and then they got basically told at some point they needed to
They
do
had
it
to
this
change.
way.
Yep,
We don't really have any choice in this.
we don't have a choice. We have to go to the new method.
No, and it's, in the end, it's gonna be kind of like what we had to do for the courts and actually keep track of what we were really spending and then submit back, I suppose, at some point. And we're gonna just have to be fighting all the time. This is gonna be an ongoing
We have
to
been,
recover that 20%.
well, we'll never be able to cover that 15 to 20%.
Okay, well, if we don't have any
Indirect.
choice, I guess there's no point in spending a lot of time on it.
Okay. I appreciate the questions asked by the two members who sit on that and kind of,
Well, I'm just thinking about the merry-go-round, right?
Yes.
Like, it's like if we lose this money, but now the BHO gets it to spend on this other program, and maybe it's a program that we're spending money on through TST or some other way, like, maybe we can just make ourselves whole collectively, because we're all working to the same goal.
Right.
So I'll ask, we can follow up with our team members at PHASO to see what the impact there is gonna be in terms of this lesser amount that they have to reimburse Thurston County, and what the value they can create out of that.
Right.
Okay.
okay. I look forward to that response.
Is
Yeah.
there any chance that as we move forward with this, we can utilize maybe some of that? We created a new fund for opioid money that's coming through, and a lot of it has to do with that problem, that maybe we could, I don't know, draw down a little bit on that fund, because we're gonna go in the hole on this. I can see it coming.
We are gonna go in the hole on this for a small amount of money, for some money. The use of the opioid fund for this purpose, it has to be tied to opioid abuse. I don't know that that's the reason that these folks are incarcerated or involuntarily committed. And we'd have to check because it would have to be a program in alignment with the Washington State opioid response plan. So we could certainly look at that, but I don't know how we could.
You know, they don't end up this way from smoking a little weed or something, so, I mean, they end up in a situation where they have mental and physical dependency issues. Because,
Mental issues are
Yeah.
caused by many reasons.
okay,
Good
Thank
good leadway for the next item.
And the next item is the interlocal agreement to form the opioid abatement council. So-
Yes, in this item, I want to make sure that I brief the board. I'm still working with Scott Cushion. In the opioid abatement council, it is a requirement when we accept the money related to the opioid settlement. The opioid abatement council at this point is included 7 counties. And that is, let's see, Grace Harbor, Pacific, Mason, Lewis, Thurston, and Cowlitz County. Did I miss one? So that is a requirement by the state that we need to form this opioid abatement council. In every single jurisdiction, the counties plus the largest jurisdictions need to agree on this agreement. We have been working with the cities of Olympia, Lacey, and Tumwater. They're all in agreement to this abatement council. What is a local agreement is just, in a way, my words, check the box, submitting the requirement of creating the opioid abatement council. After that is completed, we will have a sub opioid abatement council. It will deal only with Thurston County region, and all the cities will bring that funding to the county to have a regional perspective as to how the money will be distributed. And that will be done at the Thurston County region. That's the next step. So within that process, there may be an opportunity as to what areas this money could be utilized to address this very significant issue related to opioid abuse. So this is the first step. I want to make sure that I get authorization from you to sign the agreement. I will add additional language on the action when I get additional information on the agreement. As far as I understand, the only jurisdiction who has not responded to this agreement is the city of Aberdeen. And I'm hoping this week we can get a response from that. We just need to have a thumbs up. The agreement is pretty straightforward to a great extent. It includes a 10% administrative fee, and that's important because if the county take the responsibility to be the fiduciary local agency here in Thurston County region, then we're able to retain 10% administrative fees. Again, this is the first step in this long process.
How much does the state retain in administrative fees when they do business?
Depending on the grant.
I thought it was more than 10.
No, here is very specific.
Yeah, here it is,
Up
but
to a maximum.
I think they're boxing us in tighter than they are is what I'm getting at. So, okay.
Questions? Okay. Public Health and Social Services. Item 5A, DSHS Workforce Children with Special Needs Program Agreement.
For your consideration is to exercise an amendment with the Department of Social and Health Services to add an additional $78,500 to the current agreement that we have. And that will bring a total cost of this agreement to $126,650. And the performance of this contract does not change. They will go from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021. The purpose of this additional money is to continue to determine the parents' ability to participate in the Workforce program through the evaluation of child's special needs. Child with special needs children, they will go from the ages of 0 to 18, in some cases up to 21. And also they need to be enrolled in the special education of the Division of Developmental Disabilities program. Gretchen is here to add additional perspective or answer any questions. Again, this amendment is to receive additional money to continue to provide the programs that we provide.
Thank you. Gretchen?
Good morning, Commissioners. Gretchen Teller, Division Director for Community Wellness, coming to you from the WSALFO conference. So I apologize for I'm meeting in my car right now, but yes, this is ongoing work that we have been doing for a number of years. Our Children with Special Healthcare Needs nurse, Bonnie Peterson, does this work with families that may be receiving temporary assistance for needy families from the state, and they are looking at returning to work, and Bonnie works with them to determine whether they can do that based on their child's needs, or if there's other obstacles that she can help reduce so that they are able to do the work first training.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
I guess I can only, I hate to assume anything, but Gretchen, you and your team have been doing such good work in this field that the state feels that they have a little extra and you're going to benefit, or we're going to benefit because of that. Is that about the bottom line here? We're recognizing that you folks are doing well.
Yes, a big compliment to Bonnie Peterson, our nurse that does children with special healthcare needs. She's been picking up more and more, and this is based on, so the evaluations that are needing to be done. And so they are seeing an increase in this as we see more children that are struggling with behavioral health or diagnosis such as autism and other challenges that makes it harder for them to attend childcare or school. So yeah, Bonnie does an amazing job. They've also put in some funds for her to be able to help our neighbors to the south some, as they have not had a nurse in that position able to do that. So they have been increasing the amount, just expecting that we will have more and more evaluations to do.
Okay, thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Questions, Commissioner Mentor? Yeah, I'll echo what Commissioner Edwards said. You know, your team does a great job, and you know, props to Bonnie. I have a question and kind of one thing that you did say, Gretchen, in terms of, so is there an expectation that, I know that you cover the Lewis, Mason, and Thurston County areas, but with this program, is it expanding to any other county besides Lewis, or is it just the Lewis area?
So for our Nurse Valley Partnership, we serve Lewis and Mason and Thurston counties. For this work, the work first evaluations, typically it's only Thurston County, but Lewis County has, you know, with the nursing shortage, they've been without a nurse for a while now. So they asked Bonnie, because I'm just going to brag a little, she is really excellent at what she does. They asked if she could help out with some of those. And so she has been doing that for the last probably five or 6 months, in agreement with Lewis County too. They asked for the help until they were able to replace their nurse.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 5B, amendment number 14 to the Washington State Department of Health 2022 through 2024 consolidated contract number CLH 31030.
Public health continues to receive additional money from the state. And as you may recall, back in January 11, 2022, the board approved this larger umbrella, what we call the consolidated contract, which is also known as the CONCON contract here in the county. And through the years, there have been several amendments to this contract. They will continue to receive money to continue to provide services to our residents here in Thurston County. This is amendment number 14. And this amendment number 14 adds $1,180,980 to the CONCON contract. And this adds to an overall contract of $13,729,863. There are also the amendments on the scope of work. There continues to be supporting the COVID-19 vaccination and some related activities. So, and again, this is an amendment to the overall contract to receive an additional money from the state. And David, are you still there?
I am, and you actually explained that really well. I don't actually have any additional comments.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
Yes, the county manager mentioned vaccination and related activities. And I see that vaccinations in general, not just the COVID, are slipping some. Is this kind of where this is going to go?
It's an overall
coverage of this? Okay, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Munson? Okay. I do have, so with this additional funding, is this something that the Board of Health, the financial subcommittee is going to?
It could be as part of the ongoing conversation. This agreement is just to receive the money.
Well, I'm just wondering that next step is.
Certainly, that may be an opportunity to have a conversation at the Board of Health Financial Subcommittee.
So we have been working to convene the financial subcommittee of the Board of Health, and that has been challenging there has not been a meeting yet.
But good point. Yes, absolutely. That could be part of the conversation.
Saying as practice before the actual budget comes through and then.
We've been working on it.
Okay. Well,
So I guess I'm confused. Does this money have does this money have, it's already allocated a certain, you were mentioning vaccines and whatnot, but then Commissioner
But I
is saying
think
the
there
Board of
is an
Subcommittee
opportunity within the context as to what the specific activities could be. I think that's, that umbrella,
So it's already going to specific subtasks and, but then the specific.
maybe some activities that perhaps the Board of Health may like to suggest. But correct me if I'm wrong, David.
No, you've explained that well. I think Commissioner Mentor, I was thinking about this idea with the fiscal subcommittee. I think these amendments provide some opportunity when we get the committee kind of rolling to give them insight into how we've been using this funding. And then that can give them sort of some ideas and suggestions for sort of future funding going forward. I think it's just a good chance for them to understand, this is our key source of funding from DOH, this CONCON process. So I think just laying out to the committee how it works, the different activities that are being done, and then moving forward, giving them opportunities to give us, like I said, sort of community input and feedback.
This particular amendment, though, if I'm looking at the AIS, and it appears to be specifically for COVID response.
That's correct.
So this isn't all vaccinations, and there's not a lot of flexibility with it.
No, and I was thinking more, Robin, about giving folks kind of a high level of the kind of things that we're getting through these CONCONs,
Right.
and explaining the difference between things that are, for example, like COVID specific versus more generalized immunization funding. So, again, more education than anything else.
Absolutely agree.
yeah, but our financial subcommittee, I mean, several members of those members that make the Board of Health have been involved in the COVID response in the community in one way or another. And so
Yep.
I think it's just great for them. It's great practice for them to see. And then they also might have an idea of things that they're also
Right.
seeing in the community themselves that maybe we're not covering. And
Yep.
that insight, I think, is just valuable. I mean, that's a great ways to use their expertise as they've been dealing with COVID response in different ways. So that's kind of, and I think it's also a great warm up to the biennial budget process.
I appreciate that comment, Madam Chair, and I think that was one of the specific reasons as to why the state changed the makeup of the Board of Health, to make sure the jurisdictions have community perspective, have community input, and and that is on point as to the new makeup of the Board of Health. So I appreciate that comment.
Okay. Well, great that we're getting additional funding and excited to see. Okay. Item 5C, amended interlocal agreement with Thurston Mason Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization for Criminal Justice Treatment Account Funds, but there's also an amendment number 6 to Healthcare Authority Contract K3971 Criminal Justice Treatment Account. Are they connected?
5C and 5D are connected.
Okay.
And again, here we are receiving additional money. In this case, is from the Criminal Justice Treatment Account. The county receives on a yearly basis. This particular proposal is to receive an additional $50,000. They will total the contract $417,222, and that will be for the period July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. So, and again, this is the CJTA. As you may recall, the CJTA and the allocations is done by an internal stakeholder group. And this item will receive the money, and some of the money is distributed to the Thurston Mason Behavioral Health Administrative Services, and that is on your item, and the next item at the 6D, 5D, which is the amendment to with the BHO for them to increase their contract amount to 140,000 from 105,000, I believe. So the two are combined. And we have, Shalyn, I'm sorry, can read from here. You have any additional perspective or information?
Good morning, Commissioners. Shaylin Sowers, Treatment Sales Tax Data Analyst. That was a great summary, Ramiro. Thank you. I would just like to add that we do recognize that, so for Amendment 6, that the contract is set to expire at the end of this month. This has been in the works for a while, and it's been a long process to get this amendment through. We received the amendment on June 9th, so that's why we're bringing it to you today.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions.
Questions, Commissioner Munson? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to Public Works.
I'll just go with public health. Two more items on public health.
Oh,
D, E, and F.
You've got a different,
I got a different one.
you have a different agenda than I have.
We ended up updating the agenda, my apologies.
Thank you. Okay. So E and F, Homeless Services Contract with Department of Commerce and 2023 Homeless. So, yeah, are they connected?
In a way, and I'll probably let Tom see if there's any nexus, but the first item for item 5E is to approve a local agreement with between the county and the State Department of Commerce and Human Services funding for an approximate amount of $21,550,000, and authorize the director to sign that agreement. The Department of Commerce has issued Thurston County a contract value at approximately, again, $21,550,000 for homeless services activities, which includes funding sources, the Consolidated Homeless Grant, Eviction Prevention Grant Assistance, Emergency Housing, Housing Essential Needs, Document Recording Fee, Supplement Funding. And this is the performance of this contract is from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. At this point, the contracts related to this money will be processed through the Regional Housing Council, and those recommendations will come to you, I believe, at a later date. Is that correct, Tom?
Yeah, and so thank you, Ramiro. This is connected to that item, and so this is the money we're receiving from Commerce, and then the next item is the one-year awards with this money that the Regional Housing Council will be making recommendations on. So we've been waiting from the Department of Commerce for that emergency housing fund for several weeks. We just received that award amount last Thursday. Which allows us to make those awards. So the total amount of all these funds are as Ramiro said, about $21.5 million. There are multiple funds in there. That is 2 years, so we'll be awarding approximately half of that amount through the Regional Housing Council. Those will be 2-year awards. Gets a little complicated, so we'll renew those contracts the second year with the second year of funding under this contract. So we're looking forward to bringing the full list of all the awards to you next week. But this is the first step of receiving the funding from the Department of Commerce. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Munson? No questions for me, Tom. Thank you.
So just to follow up on what Tom stated, that will be item 5F, in which, for your consideration will be to award $10.6 million for in 2023. I believe there is an emergency Regional Housing Council meeting tomorrow. The specific item is to discuss these awards, and as a result of that meeting, I believe the Regional Housing Council will make formal recommendations for the board to consider approving those grants. Correct?
Yes, that is correct. And so the numbers you have here are estimates, and we will finalize these numbers after the RHC meeting on Wednesday, and we will include the full list of awards with the specific agencies and the funding amounts. So in order to get this on the agenda, because many of these contracts do start July 1st, we're pushing this forward. So these are our estimates, but we think they're pretty close to what the Regional Housing Council will approve tomorrow night.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, Public Works, item 6A, release of guardrail easement to clear property encumbrance.
We have a road intersection project in a bridge, and that is located in the Little Rock and 113th Avenue. And that's a combination of bridge and intersection improvements. Back in 1991, the county secured an easement to place guardrail at this particular location. Through the development of this project, we determined the legal description of that easement is off. It needs to be rescinded. And we're going to be embarking on a new easement just to make sure that we have the right legal descriptions to accommodate the upcoming improvements on this particular location. So this is really the item before you today. It's just, I will characterize it as more of a clearinghouse type of an item, but I will let Craig to correct me and add additional perspective on this item.
I just wanted to clarify that the easement in 1991 was put on the wrong side of the property. Instead of being on the road, it's on the back side of the property. So this release of easement not only allows us to move forward on the new project, but will also clear title to the property that is encumbered with the current easement. Other than that, I have no other further comments.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
This is just kind of a bookkeeping or
clearinghouse.
Just fixing a mistake, I guess is the best way I can say it. This is the solution.
Okay.
This is the solution that clears title. Yes.
Thank you. 7B, access agreement with the City of Olympia.
As you may recall, we have the Public Works has a gravel pit on the Carpenter and Martin Way intersection thereabouts. The City of Olympia has a property nearby the backside of this property. And the City of Olympia has plans to do a somewhat of a transfer station to process their solid waste before they take it to the Waste and Recovery Center in Hotchkiss area. As a result of their project, they're requesting to get access from the county since the county's property is in front of this property. So this particular agreement, what it does is grant that access to the City of Olympia for them to begin the process. I think at this point, they're trying to demolish the existing buildings, and eventually they will get into the development of the property as a whole. And again, this is perhaps one of the first of the many steps that you may see coming your way. Craig?
Correct. They are asking for access across an existing road in order to remove debris from their property. They will be improving access at other points to their site in the future. This is their current access. Unfortunately, the way that the easement was written initially, or I guess not unfortunately, but the easement was written originally that it was just for their gun range only, which is what the current use of the property is. And that is being demolished. So we have to put in a new access and release the current easement.
Questions?
I'm going way back in my memory bank, but there's something to do with that property and some kind of a turnover to Olympia to provide some firing range that was supposed to be, I think it was supposed to be utilized by other law enforcement entities. I don't know if it's having an effect on
Was that done by a previous sheriff?
Yeah, it was a bum deal. You can count on that. Anything in there at all, Craig, that might affect that, or maybe you're not even aware of it?
I'm not aware of that. The City of Olympia went through a long process of their site down off of Henderson to do a site analysis. It was at that point in time recommended that they redevelop the range for their solid waste facility. They're moving their solid waste operations out of their Henderson site up to the Carpenter site. And part of that deal, I don't know the impacts of the law enforcement agencies about the shooting range. That's not something that I've been a part of.
Is that range going to be dismantled as far as you know?
It is. It will be removed. It's part of the project that they will demolish the existing buildings.
Hey, Craig, would it be possible for you to reach out to the City of Olympia this week to get additional information related to the questions Commissioner was asked on the range?
Certainly, I can ask what the impacts are and if other enforcement agencies and et cetera, and we'll figure that out.
It's not gonna, it'd be nice to know, but I don't want it to hold this up.
Right. And we'll bring some information next week.
Thank you.
Little historical context right there. Okay.
Many years ago.
Item C, thank you, Craig. Contract award for the 2023 overlay project, CP number 98223.
This is particular items related to the bid opening that occurred on June 1st, 2023, where the Department of Public Works received 5 bids for the 2023 overlay program. And the result of that process, the department is recommended for you to award Tucci and Sons of Tacoma the 2023 overlay program for a total amount of $3,154,858, which includes 10% contingency. The intent of this overlay program will be to overlay 4.12 miles. That includes segments of Martin Way, Carpenter Road, Dedeaux Road, Meridian Road, and 93rd Avenue and Vale Roads. As you know, overlaying takes the invest on the road infrastructure, and it will last probably for an additional 15 years. That's a little bit different from the chip seal strategies, which is that has a less life expectancy on the overall maintenance of the road. This is this project is going to be covered by the real estate excise tax too, and the road fund. And we have Steve Bricker here to answer any questions.
How many miles did you say?
4.2 miles.
So it's
4.12.
So remember that some roads are 4 lanes. It's not just, so it's just the number of lanes that those roads have. So actually the lane miles are more that we overlay if we were to,
Yeah, Steve Bricker, construction manager. Yeah, that's correct. There's a lot of 4, 5 lane segments on this year's overlay list. I don't have much to add though. Do you guys have any questions?
No questions from me, thanks.
No questions for me. Thank you. Okay, next item is the request for qualifications for Boston Harbor and Tamishan water and sewer improvements.
this is the next step in the process, commissioners, to address the allocation the Board of County Commissioners did on the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan, to address the need of the utilities in Boston Harbor and Tamishan. This is to authorize the department to issue a request for qualifications for an architectural engineering firm to start working on the details of upgrading those facilities, water and sewer on those 2 locations. The result of this process, the department will come back later on for you to consider awarding the contract to the selected firm who's going to be providing those services. As you may recall, the American Rescue Plan ARPA funds, they need to be obligated. That will mean in the contract to proceed with construction by December 31st, 2024. And I think we're in a good position to meet that time expectation based on this item. Tim?
Thank you, Ramiro. I have nothing else to add at this point, but would be happy to answer questions.
No.
No questions for me. Thank you. Item E is to approve a grant contract with the County Road Administration Board for Old Highway 99 and Teely Road South intersection, CP number 61317.
I believe Madam Chair is well aware of this particular award from the County Road Administration Board. And this is through the Rural Ontario Trust Account, which is the RAP funding. Actually, the county was awarded $2.1 million for this particular intersection to provide safety improvements. But there is two steps how the county road administration board authorizes the funding. One is on this first biennium is authorization for $500,000 to begin the process, which is the biennium between 2023, 2025. And the remainder, 1.6 million, will be allocated in the next biennium. And that's how the county road administration board authorizes this particular funding. The overall cost estimate for this project is actually close to $4 million. So we have additional funding close to $1 million in the Federal Surface Transportation Block Grant and $995,000 from the transportation or impact fees, and the remainder is the road fund. So this item is really to authorize the Director of Public Works to receive the first allocation of $500,000 from the County Road Administration Board to begin the process of designing this project. Marcus?
Good morning, Commissioners and County Manager. Nothing further to add unless there are questions.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Mentor? No questions for me. Thank you. Okay, next item is item F, contract award for Thompson Creek Road Southeast at Thompson Creek Fish Passage, CP number 63025, and Cooper Road Southwest at Mont Chehalis Creek Culvert Replacement Project, CP number 61554.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Department of Public Works on June 7, 2023 received 2 responsive bids for the prefabrication of bridges on the 2 locations that Madam Chair described. And the process concluded for you to consider awarding the contract to Contact Engineering Solutions of Westchester, Ohio. And that's, I think they have provided similar support and work in the past to the county. And a little bit of a context, you may remember one of the bridges was advertised this year. There was not enough lead time as we requested on the bid process. Public Works re-engineered the bid process, including 2 bridges. And with intent as the delivery date will be for next year for the installation of those 2 bridges during the 2024 construction season. And the total contract for these 2 bridges will be $388,955. And that includes a 10% contingency. And we are using real estate excise tax to cover the cost. Marcus?
Good morning, Senior Civil Engineer Marcus Stork, Public Works. A couple points. Just the low bid was $353,000, and we will be using some county road funds for the Cooper Bridge, hoping for reimbursement from FEMA. That bridge was washed out during a storm event, so we're working with FEMA on that. And then also 24 would be the earliest install date. We do have some new projects coming up with Public Works that we are reevaluating the schedules. So if it needs to be, it could be also installed 25, but they would be arriving in the event for 24 if we have the capacity.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Mentor? No questions for me. Thank you. Okay, and then the last department item is to approve a grant agreement with the U.S. Department of Transportation for Thurston County Safety Action Plan, CP number 61491.
This item is still in the works, Commissioner, but we'll bring this item with actual dollar amounts for next week for you when you consider this. But this is really to accept the grant from the federal government to do a safe streets and roads improvements. So we'll cover an additional information next week. Matt, do you have the dollar amount associated with this grant? And if you can describe the specific deliverables of this grant, that would be great.
Yeah. Good morning, Commissioners. County Manager Matt Huntsman, Thurston County Engineer. So we will be awarded $264,000 in federal funding from the Safe Streets and Roads for All funding program to update our local county road safety plan and turn it into what's called an action plan. So while our local county road safety plan is good enough to apply for federal funding through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, it does not meet the requirements to apply for federal funding through the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. So we're going to use this funding to update to the action plan so we can meet the requirements and apply for SS4A funding in the future, but we're also going to use it to update our plan to add intersections. As you know, 75% of KSI collisions, killed or seriously injured collisions that occur in Thurston County occur in corridors. So our local county road safety plan currently prioritizes improvements towards corridors. While we're still going to prioritize projects for corridors, we're also going to look at intersections so that if opportunities come up to apply for funding to improve intersections, we'll be able to do that in the future as well. I know that's confusing. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Menzer? No. No questions for me. Thank you, Matt.
Can you update the AIS for next week to include the dollar amounts? Matt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we'll review our standing item. We have 2 public hearings next week. It's gonna be a long agenda.
It's gonna be a long afternoon.
Okay.
Today and next week.
So the first one is from Public Health and Social Services. It's a public hearing on the 2023 through 2027 Housing and Urban Development Regional Consolidated Plan and the 2023 HUD Annual Action Plan.
Yeah, for your consideration in this public hearing, you have 2 items. One is two action items for your consideration. One is to close the public hearing, and depending on the public testimony, for you to approve the 2023-2027 Housing Urban Development Consolidated Plan that needs to be submitted to HUD. The next public hearing is related to the Terry Open Space Tax Program, and that's at 12.84 acres. And again, for your consideration will be for you to close the public hearing and depending on the public testimony to approve the enrollment of the 12.4 acres into the open space.
Okay. Questions on any of those 2 public hearings?
No questions, thank you.
No questions? No questions for me. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, that was a long one.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and take a break and then we'll come back. We're back from break. It is 11:26 and we left off with proclamations and awards. And advisory reports and commissions, so.
Good morning, Jamie Caldwell for the board. I don't have any updates for the proclamations and awards outside of what's already reviewed. I also don't have any further updates for the boards and commissions right now. The historic commission received the one application testing. And to that, my recommendations by next week. Any questions? That's all I have.
Questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. No questions for me, thank you. PIO check-in.
Good morning, commissioners. Megan Porter, Public Information Supervisor. The only thing is I just want to plug the Friday Five. You can go onto the county news page and we send out a Friday Five every week. We will not have one next Friday due to staffing, but we'll resume the 30th. So please go subscribe. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions for Megan?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, legislative update.
No updates, Madam Chair.
Okay, do we want to strike that from our agenda for the foreseeable future? Okay, and then briefing, public hearing.
Nothing.
Briefing, public hearing decisions pending. There's nothing there, so going straight to commissioner items and climate mitigation update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rebecca Harvey is here just to give you a little bit of an update as to where we are in the Thurston climate mitigation plan. So right in front.
Issues with my Duo login.
So
I wanted to see the screen, but I guess I can see that one. Try again. Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Just one sec while I log in.
No worries, and I guess we should let the public know, just in case, that there was a Verizon tower outage. Jamie? And so a lot of our cell phones are
Rebecca, if you need to sit over here.
not working, yeah.
See a reason to.
Just logging in here, one sec.
Do you need a copy of the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Rebecca, can give you a copy of the PowerPoint.
Oh, sure. Okay. Sorry, my eyes aren't that good anymore. All right. Good morning. Sorry about that. Thank you for allowing me the time to present a brief update on the Thurston Climate Mitigation Collaborative. We've had some recent developments that Commissioner Menser has been abreast of on the climate executive committee to the climate mitigation plan. But I just want to share, I'll start with the next slide with a brief timeline just to provide the background. It's been a little while since I've updated you all, so as a refresher, the Thurston Climate Mitigation Plan was developed and accepted by the 4 jurisdictions of Thurston County, Olympia, Lacey, and Tumwater in early 2021. And this plan was developed via an interlocal agreement among the 4 jurisdictions and the Thurston Regional Planning Council. Then there were subsequent ILAs to begin the initial phases of implementation of the plan. From the time that the plan was completed in 2021 until now, all 4 jurisdictions have created a new position and filled that new position for a climate program lead. So with this new capacity in place, starting when I began with the county in the fall of 2022, the staff team and TRPC had several focused discussions aiming to improve the implementation approach and to more clearly define the roles and responsibilities for implementation and coordination. So I'll describe the proposed approach more in just a moment on the next slide, but stay here for a minute, Jamie, if you would. So bringing it up to January of this year, the Climate Action Steering Committee had a retreat and staff presented our proposed organizational structure and implementation approach to discuss and refine with the steering committee, and the committee agreed to support the new proposed organizational structure and processes. And then we were working on the new interlocal agreement and had a development in April of this year when we received news from TRPC that they had decided to no longer be party to the interlocal agreement. They did make it clear that they intend to continue to be a resource for regional climate work, but will no longer serve the roles of that they had been in coordinating the steering committee or executive committee. We've changed the name in the new structure. The climate advisory work group, they had been facilitating that group of community members. They had also been maintaining the collaborative website for the project, and they had been producing an annual progress report and monitoring the progress toward the greenhouse gas emission targets. So that brings us to where we are now. Staff team is now meeting weekly intensively to get us through this transition, to try to streamline and make this transition as seamless as we can. And I'll go to the next slide, please. We developed this diagram of the proposed organizational structure of the Thurston Climate Mitigation Collaborative. Rather than a hierarchical flow chart, we conceptualize the collaborative as 4 overlapping spheres of influence, each with distinct roles and responsibilities, all working together to make regional climate action as efficient and effective as possible. So going through these real quick, we have the jurisdiction parties, which are the entities that, of course, have ultimate decision-making authority over implementation of climate mitigation activities. Each city council and this board makes independent decisions on which strategies and actions to implement and how to resource and tailor implementation to best work for their unique jurisdiction. So that's probably the biggest change that we've made in defining the roles and responsibilities, because it wasn't very well defined before, and now we're making it really clear that action is happening at the jurisdiction level, while at the same time we do collaborate where we can, and we're moving forward to identify one or a small number of deliberate regionally coordinated actions, rather than assuming that everything will be coordinated regionally, because we want to streamline and move at the jurisdiction level on implementing the plans, while also collaborating where it makes sense to do so. So in addition, the 4 entities here, moving clockwise, the staff team plays a lead role in implementation, comprised of us climate staff, and then the climate advisory work group is comprised of community members appointed by the staff team, which advises on and provides their diverse perspectives on climate mitigation. The executive committee, formerly the Climate Action Steering Committee, is comprised of 1 elected official from each jurisdiction, which will meet quarterly to move into a higher level of championing and building partnerships and to support the work and coordinate as it makes sense to do so. And then the final slide here, what we are working on now are 4 main tasks. First of all, we're seeking a new contractor to provide that administrative support that TRPC had been, the next slide, please, Jamie, had been providing. We are talking with a national nonprofit that's expert in this space and awaiting on a proposal from them. Second, we're also working on a new contract for the greenhouse gas inventory piece, which is essential to tracking our progress toward meeting the emission reduction targets. This inventory had been done previously by volunteers, and then this last year it was done by TRPC. Moving forward, our plan is to contract with a nonprofit named ICLEI, which is the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. They're expert in greenhouse gas inventory. They developed and maintain the main software that is used for greenhouse gas inventory, and they perform them for a number of local governments. So we're able to benefit from economy of scale. I do have a proposal on my desk that I just received from them, so I'll be reviewing that. It makes sense to discuss with Ramiro for the county to contract this directly, because the inventory is the county footprint. It's not a city by city inventory. It's actually the county geographical area. And then the third piece is the Regional Climate Mitigation Retreat, which is scheduled for Saturday, June 24th. This is a half-day meeting among the staff team, the executive committee, and the community advisory work group. The staff team is pulling it together, and the city of Lacey has stepped up to host. Oh, I should also mention the city of Lacey also stepped up to contract for the administrative tasks. So thank you, Lacey, for taking on that role.
You mean your first bullet?
The first bullet.
That's gonna be Lacey.
Lacey has
Lacey's
agreed to
taking the lead, fiduciary responsible for, yeah.
to mention that. With the retreat, our plan is that we would rotate hosting that each year. And then the final bullet here is revising the interlocal agreement to reflect these changes. We have a draft of it now. We will aim to have executive committee approval of it by their meeting in August, at which point we bring it back to the jurisdictions to execute. And that's my update. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Everett?
Just so I remain consistent, my ongoing question is, where is the sea level rising gauge? What's the standard in Venice? I mean, is there a difference they're marking on the wall? Down at KGY, there's the Barnacle line is in the same place it was 70 years ago. So I'm trying to come up with, where can I tell a citizen, here it is. I mean, there's growth rings on trees.
Mhm.
Those are facts. We can tell you exactly what's going on with a tree. We have a lot of speculation about sea level rising. I'm not a climate denier. I know that the climate is changing. Where is the marker on, and I'll just use the KGY radio station. It's been there since 1920. And it's been on pilings since 1920. And it hasn't changed. And so I'm looking, I mean, maybe you could say, well, it has changed. It's changed a half inch. I don't know. But we ought to have a marker somewhere that we can tell people it's right down there. And I've been pretty consistent about asking about that particular issue.
I can certainly look into that for you, Commissioner.
Okay.
I don't have that answer off the top of my head. It's not something I've gotten very involved in yet in Thurston County. I am aware from my previous work that there's modeling. It might not be one. Some places do have markers. I don't know if that exists here, but there are models and curves that NOAA produces. Because it's all based on averages, you know, the mean sea level, the higher high water, you know, tides. It's
The tides,
dynamic,
the moon could be
complex.
having an effect if it's closer to the earth, you know,
But
drawing higher tides.
the county and the cities have done a climate vulnerability assessment that addressed sea level rise. I can look into that in more depth and
Maybe
get
the
back to
city
you
of
with
Olympia
that.
may have some information related. Because I think that whether it's modeling or otherwise, information related to what they perceive to be the high level, sea rising in downtown.
I mean, they're planning for something, so.
There is the Sea Level Rise Collaborative, which is a different entity from the collaborative that I just described to you. We're focused on the mitigation and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. The Sea Level Rise Collaborative among the port, the city of Olympia, is the count, I don't know if the county
Maybe
is.
that would,
Okay.
But it's more an adaptation
Mhm.
council.
Mhm.
If you want to
Yeah.
add strategies for adaptation to sea level rise.
Would it be helpful to have a presentation from that group at some point? Or
I think it's such a simple solution. Where's the gauge? There's a lot of speculation, and there's science, and there's other facts. There are low pressure, rainy season, raining on snow, higher tides, that combined to be a king tide. But we had king tides in the 30s here too that were flooding Olympia. So I'm just trying to figure out, so I can point to somebody, there it is, right there. And it's 1 inch higher now than it was in 1950? I don't know. I don't have an answer. And I hate to do speculation. Well, we're all speculating that it's going to be here according to the best science. You know, that's just not the same. It doesn't sell well. If we're going to convince the community there's a problem, we got to have some visual facts to look at. That's kind of where I'm at.
Questions, Commissioner Menzer?
Can you, now that you've been kind of working with the staff team and stuff for a while, could you comment for the, I mean, I kind of get it. I don't 100% get it. These guys probably have no clue what the motivation for all these changes are. Were people thinking we're moving too slow, we're moving too fast, we're not working well together? What was the problem, and why is TRPC pulling out of its role? I mean, just
Two separate
I mean,
questions.
there's sort of two separate things, but there's all these shifting around of this whole structure, and where's it coming from? I mean, just high level.
Yeah, high level. Like I said, I started in October. This was already underway. It was basically my first week working remotely, where they said we're having our first meeting of restructuring the whole thing. So the wheels were in motion, and from my perspective, the plan was developed by the Regional Planning Council with community input and elected official leadership. At that time, none of the jurisdictions had staff that were full-time working on this issue. Once that started to happen, only the city of Olympia for about a year and a half, I think, until the other two of us were hired. They were the only staff person working on the issue. You were there during that time. My impression from that was that it just wasn't clear what the roles were, and it was probably challenging for her to be the only staff person among the 4 jurisdictions. But then over time, took another year and a half or so, we all staffed up as of last month. Now Lacey has their person as well. It's just a different scenario now is really how we're looking at it. My understanding from the original plan is it didn't really specify how implementation was to occur. And it did categorize, put in boxes. These things are more regionally implementing, these things are more jurisdictionally implemented. But now that the staff who are expert in the issue have looked at that, we need to revisit some of those. It wasn't that simple to just, put them in the boxes. And then it is clear by the time I started that we get community feedback that implementation was not happening fast enough. So our overall motivation is to streamline and get implementation moving. We already have elected bodies at each of the jurisdictions, so it made sense to us to focus at that level and have the staff keep moving forward implementation at the staff level. Maybe that wasn't as high level as you wanted, I'm sorry, but I hope that.
That's good. I just, but the TRPC question, they were getting paid for the work they were doing, so I'm just kind of curious, why would they not want to get paid for continuing to do that work, which is a convening of jurisdictions on a regional project, which is kind of, if you look at the mission statement on the board of their conference room, is exactly what their exists to do.
Yeah, what they've told us is that kind of parallel to what I just explained is that now that the jurisdictions are staffed up with climate programs, they don't feel their role is as needed. They haven't explained it in a lot of detail. Reading between the lines a little, I may, think that maybe it was pared down to more bare bones administrative tasks than they feel expert to, they are experts in some of these issues as well. And I think that with us on board, their role was diminished to not needed to be the experts in the room as much. And at some point they just said, this isn't maybe worth, our contract anymore.
So I have a follow-up in terms of one of the meetings I attended. was when they were doing, when they were choosing community members to kind of fit in these different roles, right? And I'm wondering, you know, now that this is transitioning, what's gonna happen to all those community members that that supposedly join? Are they gonna be part of that executive committee?
The climate advisory work group, when I showed you the 4 circles, we have the jurisdiction, parties, the staff, the advisory work group, and then the executive committee is the elected officials. So the climate advisory work group still exists. We have, with the new structure, we increased their role, thinking that we want their continual input. So we're taking a short pause over the summer after this retreat that we're having in a week and a half, which they will be at. Then we're taking a pause for them as we get our new interlocal and our new contracts set up. Then we will reach back out to them to see how many of them. I think there's about 12 or 13 members that are part of that group. How many of them want to continue to be involved? And if they don't all want to continue, then we'll open it up again to existing members.
And then for the next steps, you said you had proposals, so I'm guessing there's gonna be a budget impact with these proposals that comes along with it.
We will look at that. We have put aside a climate mitigation budget out of which we've been paying the contract to TRPC. We're expecting, we haven't seen it yet, we're hoping that the numbers are going to be similar to what we were already paying TRPC, but we're waiting on that administrative proposal. We haven't seen it yet. And then the greenhouse gas proposal is actually significantly less cost-wise because, like I said, they do these all the time for governments. We have an economy of scale. And then the county holding the contract to do the greenhouse gas inventory, the county would then bill each jurisdiction for their share of that.
So when is TRPC phasing out?
They're going to stick with us through the transition to they're not facilitating the retreat. Lacey has actually hired someone to do that, but they will facilitate the executive committee meetings to get us through the transition until we have a new interlocal agreement in place and a new facilitator. So through September.
Okay, so is that the kind of the timeline for it? We're expecting September to kind of get into this new model.
The nonprofit that we have spoken to that we're hoping will give us a proposal that is suitable, they have a fiscal year starting October 1, so we may have a 1 month or so gap there before they're on board.
Nonprofit for what?
The nonprofit, the name is Institute for Sustainable Communities. They're the group we're talking to about filling this role of facilitating the work groups, facilitating the collaboration and maintaining the website and the progress reports, all those tasks that TRPC had been doing.
Okay, I thought you said Lacey was doing that.
Their contract.
No, Lacey's carrying the contract, the fiduciary contract. So and we just pay Lacey because and that's because it's a regional interlocal agreement that is in place, and Lacey's going to take the lead to be the one who carries the funding. I mean, the contracts.
My next question is in regards to the interlocal agreement. It seems pretty aggressive timeline, just from experience seeing how interlocal agreements, how each of the attorneys for each of the jurisdictions has to go through it, and then the councils have to approve it. I mean, the Regional Housing Council took months and months and months because I think once it's opened up, then jurisdictions want to change different things of the agreement. So I'm wondering, right, like how is there a?
That's a good point. Yeah.
So that's a good comment of reality.
Yes.
Hopefully we can continue to work to expedite the local agreement. But yeah, Yeah, as soon as the attorneys get a hold of those agreements, then it's totally different.
I think the good news is the staff team is meeting, we're meeting weekly right now. We'll meet at least bi-monthly. So we'll keep things going on the staff level. We'll get those contracts ready to, to sign off on as much as we can. And yes, I recognize that process might take a little longer. I tend to be an optimist. That's why I'm in this line of work.
Can you say the name again of this third party you're looking at? Institute for Sustainable Development?
Communities, ISC, Institute for Sustainable Communities. They were actually the group that facilitated the 4-county climate compact that I was involved in Florida. And they have staff in Seattle, and they work in a number of similar multi-jurisdictional collaborations nationwide.
Okay, questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is the courthouse renovation project RFP process.
Rick, are you coming now? So Tom, as the request of the board, prepared this executive summary of the process that we went through to get to the point of the item they may or may not be considering this afternoon. And again, that's the next step in the implementation of the process of the progressive design bill. I believe last week, commissioners asked who the names of the other vendors. They submitted a proposal, and also to get a little more in detail how the selection process worked. And so Tom is here to walk you through the details of that.
So we began by advertising a request for qualifications. We put that out on the street. We got 6 respondents. So the first part of this application, we're just based on their qualifications. You can see the different point structure that was provided for each one: proposed team, past performance on similar projects, their ability to do progressive design bid, and their DBE and WE programs, and their bonding capacity. The group got together, evaluated it. Independently, we came up with our own, who we thought was best based on that criteria. We met as a group and did a consensus meeting to agree on the 3 top proponents. You can see the 6 that were scored there. The top 3 were Forsmo Construction with K&B, Mortensen with Miller Hall, and Skanska with DLR. At that point, we not advertised, but we sent out to them a request for proposal so they could refine their scope to address our project specifically. Part of that process was we had a management plan that they provided. We also had an interactive meeting. They brought in their team that was proposed to work with our team. We had an interactive meeting discussing the project. They asked questions, we provided answers. They're evaluated on that criteria as well. And we added it up. Again, independently looked at their management plan, came up with a consensus score, and those are the scoring you have in front of you there. And from there, the next process is we want the highest scoring proposed to enter a contract with Mortensen Miller. I can answer any questions you have if you want to get more detailed on any aspect of it.
I do have a couple questions, but.
No, go ahead.
So I'm wondering, right, like on the, maybe I'm missing, right? So I see the first round of the scoring and how the top 3 were chosen. But I'm seeing the step 2, and I'm seeing another one scored higher, and I'm kind of wondering.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we combined both scores. So from the first round of the RFQ qualifications, plus the scoring of the RFP process. So the combined score is out of 200. And that's how we came up with the final scoring, which is on the third aspect of it, where you see the combined scores of 175, 177, and 172. has step 1 and step 2 together.
Okay.
So you should have 3 graphs showing the scoring from the 2 first steps and then the combined total score in the 3rd step.
So what is the, it's like, I guess the question is what projects does this group, the proposed group, what have they worked on? Is it, it's kind of like, I've said this before, but in hiring people, like, you know, what I know about the internal candidate is like worth, you know, 100 times more than, you know, just what you learn in like the course of an interview.
Right.
And just as an example, I know Forma did the building like next door.
Yeah.
Intercity Transit, everybody raves about them. So like, I mean, in terms of, but I've never heard of some of these other groups. Like, what have they done that you would be comparable to something that we've known locally, a really complex project locally?
So probably most of their examples they gave in Seattle area where they've worked for the University of Washington, doing a progressive design build. That's part of it is we specifically want progressive design build experience. So some scored higher on that than others that did the traditional design build bid. I always say that wrong. And then the construction, CGCM, construction contractors, construction management, those are different models. But Mortensen had completed in their program more projects similar to ours in a complicated multi-occupied buildings. I didn't bring the list of all their projects with me, but that is available through their management plan. But they just answered several. If you look at the scoring, Scants did the same thing. They scored really high on their first initiative because they had a lot of progressive design build projects, whether it be for school districts. School districts seem to be the most common right now, but there's also courthouses, other projects similar in that aspect. And that's what we had to evaluate on because some of them we felt weren't matching up with what our needs were. They might have done a single occupancy utility plant and said, this is a progressive design build. It's like, well, it doesn't fit our model. So that's how we scored differently based on what they presented.
And then this phase 2, can you just talk a little bit more about what, you know, like Skanska didn't do as well there? So kind of what you're looking at in that phase 2 piece, or I'm calling it phase 2.
Yeah, so we had an interactive meeting. So it was a meeting similar to this.
Yeah.
We brought their Skanska along with their design team DLR, and they were to lead the project discussion. Like I don't know who's leading this discussion here, you guys or me, but we had to have an interaction of how we work together.
Yeah.
The personnel they brought, they didn't score as well as when we had the interactive meeting. They were supposed to come in and say, this is how we want to present to you our qualifications, how we're going to run a meeting. And so they've not had their debrief, so I don't really want to get into details of how they scored. I mean, unless you want me to, but it's just the feeling of the group, the evaluators. One did really well presenting themselves and one did not do as well presenting themselves, and that reflects in their scoring. Sometimes, like you say, when you interact with an individual applying for a job, sometimes you hit it off with that candidate, and then other times you're like, why did they apply? You know, so it's kind of that kind of interaction. But they would lead the discussion, and some did better than others.
Okay, thanks.
So on the other kind of side of that, right, the one who scored the highest on the step 2, I mean, they got, for the designer builder's fee, they got 10 points. And so what does that mean? Like, are they just offering like a really good price? Like, what does that mean?
So the 10 points is the maximum they could get for that aspect. And this is something the evaluation committee doesn't look at. That's added after we look at the scoring. So we don't know what the price, because many times when price comes in, it affects the evaluator's opinion. So out of the 10, it's kind of like percentage based. So the lowest price gets the highest score, but it's not 1 through 10, it's a percentage of the dollar value. That's based on our procurement, people who evaluate that aspect of it. So I don't have, let's see that scoring in front of me. So yeah, one had the best price, they get a 9 out of 10, the others received, I think, 7. Apparently you have that in front of you.
Yeah, Mortensen was lowest on that particular thing, 7.
So, yeah, so their price was not as good as the other proponents, so their scoring was less. But it's based on a percentage of the total dollar value of that aspect of their fee.
Since this is the first time we've done this thing, like, where did you guys come up with this, like, methodology for selection? Is this something that you stole from someone else? You kind of figured this out?
A little bit of both.
Invented the wheel?
We didn't invent the wheel. There's a Design Build Institute of America, so we use their contract as the basis of our contract. And then they also recommend this method of scoring. Also, we brought on OAC services. That was the one we brought back in March. They were to help us through the process so that we do follow a formatted process that is not just willy-nilly, but we have what's the industry standard of doing this. This type of scoring is usually, you score like architectural services, you do an RFQ process and best value. So this is kind of combining the two processes together with the contractor and AE review. So we put them together, and this is the aspect we came up with. So basically OAC presented this to us and we agreed that this was the best method of moving forward.
So we're relying on this consultant that has extensive experience in design build to guide
Yes.
us.
If you go look at the project review committee, that's the process we had to get through first to even start this process. OAC is a vendor that's done several projects for counties and cities and school districts. So that's why we brought them on board to help us through the process so that we.
OAC,
That's a consultant.
That's the consultant.
that's the name of their firm?
Yes.
So Stacy Shellwell.
Yeah, she's with them. She's working with us and. She, monitored us through this, guided us through this process to make sure we weren't out of line or making up our own agenda.
And she's been involved in this stuff quite a bit?
Yes. She's also a member of Design Build Institute of America. She's a member of it. So she's used to using this kind of contracts. She kind of specializes in this aspect of contract delivery, doing the design, progressive design build.
On the design build, is that mostly with public entities, or does private enterprise utilize the same process?
Private enterprise does use the same method. And that's what was hard in this scoring process, because some of the proponents proposed that as their example, that they're doing it for XYZ corporation. And then in their application, it said, didn't give us the dollar amount, didn't give us the square footage, really didn't give us the address, but you can kind of tell who they were talking about. So it's like, how does doing it for a big corporation compared to doing it for a county? So that, a lot of times they do it for a new build. So say they want to build a big warehouse or a big manufacturing facility, they'll go out and do this progressive design bid project or design build project delivery because they know what they want to spend and they can go that aspect. Counties and cities are usually more conservative, so we want to do it this way.
Was
So what
there,
happens next?
So you have an item on your agenda this afternoon to approve the contract to begin the process with the selected consultant contractor. And I believe you wanted to wait after this conversation for you to decide whether you'd like to keep on your agenda this afternoon or you'd like to do something different.
And 1.6 versus 1.5, just what, a little over, or is that why that's?
So
in
1.5 is what we agreed upon in the RFQ and the RFP process, is that's the first phase of this progressive design build project. We're paying for those services, but Washington County taxes is separate, so that's the difference in the price. Taxes is on the 1.5 million, which brings you to 1.6. Just to elaborate a little bit, the 1.5 is to get the process going and moving through the project, so they'll come in and they'll reconfirm our design, our way we want to go with these 6 buildings. They'll reconfirm the pricing, they'll start doing schematic design, and we're working towards what they call GMP, guaranteed maximum price. But they don't want to do all their work for free and try to get this all going. So to accelerate the process and getting us going in this design process, is we all agree that we want to pay them, but we are willing to pay them 1.5 million to go down this path to get to the GMP, which is in the $33 to $35 million area to do the whole project.
And so what happens to the other 15 million that we bonded?
So 35 to 37 is in the construction and design. We've hired a consultant. OAC is part of this design. We have contingency in the project. It's mandated by Washington law that we have it in there. Then there's sales tax in there. That adds all up to the, and part of that's administrative.
Was it just under 50 million?
Permitting.
50 million.
50 million is
It
what
was
we
just
have
under,
to
I mean,
spend.
what we bonded 53 or something, but we ended up with
We bonded
49 or?
for $50 million. They're the,
How come I'm thinking 53 just as a number back there in the back of my head?
There was something about the day we did the bids and we got.
it was a little under and Duncan talks about a discount
You get a little
and
more than you.
it makes it a little more, but it's not 53. $50 million is what we received in proceeds that went into the bank account.
Maybe 53 is what we're paying with the interest.
Oh, no, the interest will be.
I don't know, something, 53 something sticks in my
Yeah,
head.
the-
It'll
the-
come
the
out.
interest will be-
It'll-
be over time for.
It'll work its way out of there.
So what is the pleasure of the board? Keep this item this afternoon for your consideration. If not, what additional information you would like to have beyond what we've discussed this morning?
Well, but I mean, I hate to throw cold water on it, but I was never in favor of this process to start with, so I'm kind of looking to my seatmates to, you know, I mean, on the whole thing, you know, whatever we did, move down here, not, I wanted to go to the voters, but anyway. So I'll let my seatmates figure this one out.
I don't have any other questions. Looks like we did what we needed to do.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, next item, Patterson Lake, legal fees.
Hopefully this will take a short time. And I believe this is a question will be Patterson Lake, in the process of you exercising legislative authority, there were a couple of suits related to this particular matter. One related to challenging the formation and the estimated cost of the assessment of the LMDs, and the other one was a public records request. When I get into those details, that information was provided to you in an executive session, and those two cases have been dealt with. And I believe you have already approved the last step in the process and approving the fees. So the LMDs for Patterson Lake and the members within those districts will start receiving that assessment January 1st, 2024. I believe the question was defending those two cases, where would the money come from? I have in conversations with our attorney in this, there is not a fund right now that we can charge to Patterson Lake. And there's really not a way as to how we can retroactively recover those costs when they start having those assessments. So the cost really has been assigned to the commissioner's office because it was related to the commissioner's actions. And those will be covered through the general fund. I just want to circle that back. I know that some of the members of the Patterson Lake, they were concerned that perhaps we're not be charging them for defending those two particular legal actions. That is not the case. This will be covered by the general fund and they will be assigned to the commissioner's office. Any questions?
Questions, commissioners? I do have some also.
How much are we talking about?
I can give you in hours. Defending Mr. Strawberry's challenge to the LMD formation in the estimation was 20 hours. By the attorneys in defending the public records was 40 hours, so 60 hours overall.
So I heard a lot from the Patterson Lake LMD members about this, but I also wanted to kind of throw in there that during this time, we hadn't even done the final action of assessment. The board hadn't taken that action. Therefore, they really weren't a fully formed LMD just because we hadn't even done that final step that needed to be done. And so just from that understanding and conversations with the county manager, and a lot of feedback that I received from the Patterson Lake LMD members, and letting them know, right, you know, if this is, since the board hadn't taken that final action, I completely understand kind of that point of view.
Don't we have a legal fund line item in our line items of budget? I thought we had a legal fund and it's got, I don't have it with me right now, but I want to say it had $6 million in it.
I don't.
No?
I don't recall.
You don't
that
think
now.
so? I thought it said legal fund.
So I believe the board took an action early in the year to hire an outside legal consultant to deal with the DNR issues.
But that's being paid out of the general fund.
That's been a general fund, but
We don't have a legal fund.
and the attorneys assigned to defend the county internally, those are part of the indirect cost.
They're part of the cost plan. They get billed out to any given office or department that they're doing work on behalf of on a 2-year lag. So
But
that's
we
that's
don't
part
have
of
a
the cost
specific
plan,
line.
but
item for
there's
legal
no
funds, no.
fund specifically meant to pay for legal.
So perhaps just to close the issue, if the members of the Patterson Lake are listening at this point, just to reiterate, the county will not back charge the legal fees associated with the formation of Patterson Lake.
Commissioner Mansur, do you have any?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. So then we're going into executive session.
And can you unplug Sammy? I think he's hanging there.
And then Maria, if you're listening.
Yeah, yes, Maria and Elizabeth is here to join us on this executive session.
So we're going to executive session for RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1G to review the performance of a public employee, LMD staff performance, approximately 30 minutes. Commissioner's action may follow. And Maria's coming down.
We are back from executive session. It is 1:10. We were in executive session per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1G, to review the performance of a public employee, LMD staff performance. And we do have a commissioner's action that follows this executive session. I will pass this to the vice chair.
Okay, the board would like to, as a result of our executive session, direct the county manager to prepare a plan for movement of the Lake Management District Administration out of Public Works Department, and included in that plan an analysis of alternative administration strategies, including potentially utilization of a contractor or any other administration changes that is deemed appropriate for the board to then consider acting on that plan.
Is that direction going to the county manager or the assistant county manager?
That's going to the county manager.
Okay.
And then the assistant county manager will be following up with communication regarding this step today with each of the 4 lake management districts. Well, I guess we have 3 and 1.
3 and 1
3
pending.
plus 1.
Okay, so.
And finalizing the admin rules, correct?
That is, I think, on a separate track.
That
We
is.
have a process in place for that.
So with that, it is 1:11. We are adjourned. Thank you.